Item 4, so we can get back to executive. Afternoon, everyone. City Council of the City of Lamarck, special and regular agenda. July 27th, 2026, notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarck, Texas will conduct a special meeting July 27, 2026, beginning at 5:30 p.m. And a regular meeting on July 27th, 2026, beginning at 6 p.m. in council chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarck, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. The Zoom meeting ID will be 161-728-0595, and the passcode is 163641. In accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Government Code, the presiding officer and the quorum of the Lamarck City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarck, Texas. This location will be open to the public, and the meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. Council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Ms. Candace, would you give us a roll call, please?
Present.
You want me to go get her?
No, it's fine.
Member
Present.
Councilmember Lowry,
Present.
Mayor Bell.
Present, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Let's, council without objection, move past item 4. We will pick this item up upon our return from executive session. Let's move down to item 5, executive session. The City Council for the City of Lamarck, Texas reserves the right to adjourn into executive session at any time during this meeting to discuss any of the matters listed as authorized by the Texas Government Code, section 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, deliberations about real property, 551.073, deliberations about gifts and donations, 551.074, personnel matters, 551.076, deliberations about security devices, and 551.087, economic development. Today, the council will recess so that we will deliberate on 551.074, personnel matters, discussion and possible action regarding city manager finalists. So we endeavor today to do final brief interviews with our 2 finalists. And from that, we will return and we endeavor to then name a permanent city manager. It is 5:40, Ms. Candace, and so we recess into executive session at 5:40. The regular agenda has not started. The special agenda will be suspended while we are in recess. We stand in recess. We endeavor 10-minute, 15-minute conversation with our 2 finalists, and then we will return. We stand in recess.
Mayor, who would you like first?
afternoon, good evening, everyone. We have returned from executive session where we were having final interviews with our two finalists. And I believe that we have to go back up to catch item 3, followed by item 4, and then we will jump back down to item 6. And so as it is custom in the City of Lamar council meetings, let us all stand and recite the Lord's Prayer together, followed by our Pledge of Allegiance. Let's pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us today our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, council. Thank you, community, for praying with us, for praying for our great city, for acknowledging this wonderful country we all call home. Item 4, citizens participation. Limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who is signed up may speak to council. It will be limited to 3 minutes. If wishing to speak, give the mayor or the presiding officer your full legal name, your address, and item you wish to speak about. In compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Press *6 to mute or unmute yourself if you're participating via telephone. If you're participating via the Zoom platform on a smartphone, tablet, or computer, there should be a microphone icon on the lower portion of your screen. If you're visiting here with us in person, there is a podium and a microphone center aisle. When your name is called, you will have 3 minutes. The timer is on the screen. Ms. Candace will wave at you or raise her hand when you are at about 30 seconds so that you can govern yourselves accordingly. Remember, this is America, and we follow the First Amendment, which is the freedom of expression. We certainly invite you to do so, but on behalf of the great people of the city of Lamar, we're asking, if at all possible, if we might be respectful of one another. The council and the community can hear you clearly when we are communicating with respect and not shouting or yelling at one another. Thank you for that consideration. Are there any persons online wishing to speak? Welcome. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor Bell, Michael Farvo, Death Valley, USA. I'm here to address Mr. Council Lowry, and I'm also here to ask that he is placed under citizen's arrest for violating Texas Penal Code 3710, violating Penal Code 3711, and Penal Code 3712, that being impersonating a peace officer. Mr. Lowry claimed that he was a Texas Ranger, but according to the Texas Ranger website, on behalf of Governor Abbott, and according to my research, he is not an official Texas Ranger. And not only having a false identification badge, that calls for Penal Code 3712. 3710, let me get to that. 3710, claiming Mr. Freebird was registered for child molestation. According to Mr. Freebird, he is not a registered sex offender in the state of Texas, and nor in the city of Lamarck. I think it's pretty obvious that all the citizens are tired of Mr. Lowry's bullcrap and recklessness, harassing and disturbing citizens without even one single ounce of probable cause. So therefore, I am asking, and I am demanding, the citizens' arrest of Mr. Joseph Lowry on those bases of evidence that I have presented here. Therefore, Mr. Freebird has posted multiple times on his social media with the proper evidence provided therefore. So I am also here again, Mr. Mayor Bell, demanding Mr. Joseph Lowry's arrest, citizens arrest right now. Please and thank you. I wish to yield back my time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else online? Welcome. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, hello. Ms.
Hello.
Freeberg?
Yes.
Hello, thank you, Maribel. Councilman Lowry, it's good to see that you showed up today to hear from the people. I did not want to have to call back in, but you keep giving me reasons to do so. With your blatant racism on display for the world to see on film, on audio, and in writing. But you keep trying to gaslight the public, saying, don't believe your lying eyes. I just wanted to check in with you right now to make sure that you feel safe. You have a couple of elected officials sitting next to you that are Black. We can count them together. Are there 4? Are there 3? Are there 2? Are they swarming you right now? If you feel unsafe, you can always pick up your phone and make another false 911 call and report a racist lie. We all know that it was you that made that 911 call. You tried to remain anonymous, but yet you messed up. And you admitted to being the one who made that call on the false police report. You are a danger to the public. You lie and you continue to break the law. You need to be behind bars for the crimes you have committed and the ones you continue to commit. We all see you, and we will not stop exposing you and your wife's vile behavior. It's called a camera. We all have eyes, ears. We've got senses. All of this is captured. The public sees it, and you know that. But you try to gaslight everybody. Everyone else sitting up there can be respectful, professional. I don't know how they do it. They probably can't get any city work done with you constantly lighting fires and then not showing up to council meetings so that you can get onto the public comment so that you can speak back your lies to the public. It's insane. You need to go and have your mental health evaluated. You don't have to be like this. Everyone struggles, but you are an elected official. You should not be sitting up there. I saw on your social media raving and ranting about the police in your area and Galveston. Well, if they were good police and they're good detectives, you'd be behind bars. Because we the people are exposing you. And this is going on across our country. Everyone can see it. There's an awakening happening right now. And you keep putting the target right on yourself with your behavior. Get your mental health evaluated. The court mandated mental health evaluation. I yield back.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Welcome.
Am I
Name
next?
and address. Welcome. Name and address for the record, please.
It's Harvey Freebird. Can
Hello,
you?
Harvey. I'm sorry, Mr. Harvey, you were not next. Let's get the next person and then we will circle back to you. Who's next? Okay, so who's next? All right, Mr. Freebird, you are next. Let us reset the clock, and then you can proceed, Mr. Freebird. You have the floor.
Okay. I look forward to the day. I've said this many times. I look forward to the day I don't have to comment here anymore and redress my grievances about the mental health case of a city councilman, Joseph Lowry, and his failed politician wife, Sarah Lowry. I can't even go and get my oil changed without these lunatics calling 911 and making a false police report. This happened right after they made another false police report with the Galveston Police Department, had me arrested for recording an elected official on public property, a basic First Amendment right. But the whole thing backfired. The Lowrys are coming unraveled for the whole world to see. Their social media pages are literally getting obliterated, blocking hundreds of people like by the day. Like a true coward, Lowry is getting his wife to do his posting lately. She posted today about my daughter again and thought that was a good idea. It just exposed what kind of people they are for the new people watching this whole saga. In the post, my daughter was trying to be nice and apologizes on my behalf and says that she does not control me and that I don't listen to her, which is true. She doesn't control me. Then she even gave them the excuse that we rarely talk, hoping that would make the Lowrys go away. But they didn't stop there. They found out where she worked, called her job, and tried to get her fired. This is their MO, stalking and harassing people's kids and families, We've heard it over and over again from countless people in this community. My first thought today was, okay, I'll make a post and let everybody know that I'm making the police body camera footage of Lowry's son public again. In that video, his son described what a lunatic Lowry is and how he assaulted him and that he stalks and harasses people on Facebook daily. But if I did that, I'd be stooping down to their level. I decided not to do it. I did communicate with his son today, and I don't want to do that to him. It's not his fault. His dad and Sarah are psychopaths. He said he has his own way of dealing with it, so I'm going to let him deal with it. By the way, I do want to point out that he reached out to me first. I've never tried to reach out to him. If Lowry can't handle public scrutiny and being recorded in public, maybe he should resign from being councilman. That's what a normal, sane person would do, but not Lowry. He made his wife run for city council, opening her up to public scrutiny as well. But they pretend to be victims in all of this, and the whole world has seen the truth. Welcome to the internet. If I was in the Lowry shoes, I would delete my page.
30 seconds.
Point of order, Mayor. I was just interrupted.
Yeah, we got it. Add 5 more seconds to Harvey's. Mr. Lowry, let's let him finish, please. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, Harvey.
If I was in Lowry's shoes, I would delete my Facebook pages and disappear and go hide. But I'm a normal person. They're not. They will continue to misbehave and retaliate, and I will continue to document what they do when it involves me and matters of public interest and do my job. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Harvey. Anyone else? Welcome. Name and address for the record, please.
Hello.
Hold on just a minute. Let us get your 3 minutes. All right, welcome.
Evening, Mayor. Again, I'm calling in to discuss the council member's actions. Even tonight, he can't control himself, clearly. And I think it's about time that this board did more than just turn around and add 5 seconds to Mr. Freebird's time. I think it's time that the board take action against Mr. Lowry and remove him from the meeting if he continues to interrupt. I mean, this is a continuum. We call point of order. We ask you to correct the councilman. Adding 5 seconds doesn't seem to be working. He acts like a goddamn 2-year-old. How do you guys get anything done in this city? Seriously, if that's the attitude that you're going to get, not to mention the fact in the last meeting, he came in on Zoom and decided to disparage people that he didn't know anything about. Nobody. Calling people meth heads, crackheads, and this and that, and Freebird followers. I don't follow anybody. I'm a fucking leader. I've always been that way. And I'm not going to take shit from some 2-bit fucking clown who is dealing meth.
Please try.
Mayor, don't stop my time. Stop my time.
Sir.
Mayor, you said I have a First Amendment right to speak. Let me speak.
Cut his mic. Cut his mic. At the end of the day, I preside over this meeting, and I am allowing you to speak, and I'm reminding you, you can say whatever you want, but you cannot disrupt the meeting. I am simply reminding you, if at all possible, to be courteous. It is not an order. It is an ask. The people of Lamarck afford Zoom so that we can engage with community members and beyond. And so we're giving you this opportunity. Please put 1:41 back on the timer. You may proceed, sir.
First of all, Mayor, I understand your concern. But you know something, at some point in time, you have to give a little to get a little. And the fact that you interrupted me to ask me to stop swearing, I get it. I understand it. But for some reason, you guys don't seem to fix the problem at hand. So sometimes those words are necessary to get people to think and to do. This guy clearly has no clue who anybody is on here. Nobody. But he's making accusations, and the board allows it, and it shouldn't. He shouldn't be disparaging the people that essentially are putting money into Lamarque. And you are allowing that behavior to happen. Whether you sit there and reprimand him and say, stop interrupting, it's not working. At some point, you as the presiding officer need to take charge and remove him from the meeting. And if you're going to turn around and tell me that I'm disrupting the meeting, then clearly you should have the chief of police take and put him in the handcuffs for interrupting any speaker. That's the problem. You want it for us, but you don't want to do it for him. There is no difference between me and him. Zero. You know what the difference is, though? I'm going to tell you. The difference is that we are the ones that are supposed to be telling you what to do. You're not supposed to be telling us what to do. That's the problem here. That's the issue. And when you have a guy like him that's sitting there interrupting, knowing that he's doing it, and he's doing it to act like a little 2-year-old, and you don't correct the problem, that's when you get people like me coming to the meetings and swearing and doing the things that we're doing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. One more. Welcome. Name and address for the record, please.
It's Zay, not Jay. It's Zay.
Hold on just a minute. Hold on just a minute, sir. Can we please redo his time? All right, go ahead.
It's Zay W. 525 Arch Street, Philadelphia. Members of the council, and most importantly, members of the public, I am before you tonight because an elected official's primary duty is to uphold the Constitution, not to abuse a legal system to silence the citizens. Give me a second. I messed up. I'm trying to read something. Not to abuse the legal system to silence the citizens they represent in Lamarque. Independent journalists and citizens have a clear First Amendment right to observe, report, and criticize public officials. Yet over the past several months, we have witnessed a disturbing pattern of retaliation coming from Councilman Joseph Lowry and his household against a localized journalist. Multiple criminal complaints were filed, culminating in an arrest on July 4th for alleged harassment. The citizens spent the night in jail. But when the facts were presented, the district attorney saw right through it and dropped all charges. Rather than showing restraint, Councilman Lowry publicly posted media posts mocking the arrest with the quote, "The process is the punishment." Let us be clear about the statements and what they mean. This is an explicit admission that the legal system, law enforcement, jail cells, and prosecution is being weaponized by an elected official as a tool to punish, as a punishment against a private citizen exercising their First Amendment. Beyond this retaliatory conduct, there's a documented pattern of councilmen following this journalist only to claim he is being stalked whenever he is held accountable. Second, his wife, Sarah Lowry, whatever, the failed city councilwoman, I might add, recently took conflict further by publicly posting and doxing a private conversation involving a journalist family member, exposing their names in private communication to the public. Then I quote, "I am posting this with the intent to piss him off. It's wrong, and I know it, but I don't care." Holding public office requires a thick skin and respect for the law. It does not grant anyone the authority to manipulate the law, drag private family matters into online feuds, or use the penal system to crush public criticism. The public is paying attention. We expect high ethical standards, respect for the constitutional freedoms, and an immediate end to the First Amendment retaliation in Lamarque. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Welcome. Name and address for the record, please. Hello, name and address for the record.
Hello?
Welcome. Name and address for the record.
Good afternoon. This is Mr. Loftus.
welcome.
I would ask the council to um come together and do away with the Zoom platform. Mayor, you and I have talked about this before. It's really becoming a problem. So I think people should be able to, if they want to speak, come to the meeting. And yeah, I'm on Zoom right now. And it was a problem getting on Zoom. Last week I tried to get on Zoom to attend a meeting, and it was nothing but problems. You got people coming on with porn, and for some reason we couldn't figure that out with all the technology that we got. I just think that you all should really consider doing away with this platform, because a lot of other cities have done away with it after COVID. That was the only reason that this platform was brought about. So cities could still do the people's business. And right after the governor got signed off on it, people did away with it, basically. Cities did away with it. And we're still dealing with it. So that's that.
Were you done, Mr. Loftus?
Yes, I'm done.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Clarence Caldwell. Welcome, Mr. Caldwell. Name and address for the record, please.
Clarence Caldwell, Marque, Texas, Prairie Street. This is starting to get ridiculous, but it is what it is. Anyway, what I'm here to talk about is the roads in Lamar. Last time I was here on the meeting, a couple of weeks ago, it's the same complaint I've been complaining about beforehand. The streets on Prairie Street, Lamarck, Newman, Volney is horrible. The population in Hitchcock, Texas is 7,700 individuals. Population in Lamarck is over 2,000, well, excuse me, over 20,000. And it's really a shame that our city is in worse condition than Hitchcock. And something needs to be done about that. I have requested for the potholes to be filled on the streets that I'm talking about, because Volney, Prairie, and Newman is a gateway from Hitchcock to Lamarck and vice versa. 18-wheelers go down this road and nobody seems to care. The holes are getting larger and larger and larger. I've been working with Miss Williams, and she's going to help me out on this. And I know she's going to talk to y'all about this also. Can somebody please do something about that? Also about the brush, the weeds, and the stuff that's in the ditches, the weeds that are just overgrown. Something needs to be done about this. There's no street lights. So that's a danger right there. The weeds are starting to overcome the fire hydrants. That's not good. Something needs to be done about that. Something needs to be done about that ASAP. When is something going to get done? I've already went to Public Works and I already put in a work order, or asked them to put in a work order to have this done. It still ain't done. When is it going to get done? That's all I ask. I mean, the other addresses and stuff in the new districts in Lamarck, their streets look great. They got street lights. They have signs. The streets are paved. Not where I live at. Not where the people live on Newman. Not the people live on Volney. You got some homes out there that's over $600,000. They pay taxes just
The
like
time,
everybody
I'm
else.
sorry, Mr. Caldwell. The time? Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. You had me deeply enthralled in your commentary, sir. Thank you for that. Mr. Brandon Kantowski, welcome, Brandon. Name and address for the record.
Sure.
Welcome, Brandon.
Mayor, council, thanks for having me. Thanks for the 3 minutes. Still got the problem with records requests, okay? I believe that when Olson and Olson came out to talk, there was a question asked that does the city have the capability to redact video, body cam footage? The city said yes. Yet in this latest request, number 26-288, sent to the Attorney General, the city stated it doesn't have the capability to redact a birth date out of the body cam footage. So therefore it wants to withhold it in its entirety. It's crazy. The couple of records requests I did have been denied because of a license plate that was in it, a birth date, a VIN number. If that's the case, then the police officer can literally open up his door, turn on his body camera, sit there at his door for a minute and see the license plate or the VIN number, and therefore y'all can just withhold the videos in their entirety. But I believe also that the city has to outsource the redaction if they don't have the capability to redact it. I believe it was enforced in the law or written in the law in 2015, and then it changed over to a different section of the law in 2025. So I don't know why y'all don't want to give up the body cam footage for something as simple as a birthday. And if the birthday is my neighbor's, then y'all have already been releasing all the documents with his birth date on it, and much more, information than just a birthday, maybe parents' address or driver's license numbers. I don't know what y'all got going on, but yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. I want to say something about Joseph Lowry. All these people up here calling from other states and shit, man, that's all you, bro. You bringing that over here, man. Come on, do better. Flock cameras, let me talk about flock cameras for a minute. We don't want no government surveillance. If we wanted to surveil anybody, it should be the government. We need to know what y'all are doing. But there's so many laws written in place that y'all get to hide everything that y'all are doing. I'm not saying y'all is in y'all, but y'all is in government. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't want to accuse anybody of doing anything, but yeah, it's crazy. The internal affairs complaints, of course, they investigated themselves and found no wrongdoing. Police officer let somebody that they knew was trespassed in my property, and there's nothing wrong with that. Come on, man. So I wish somebody in here had some integrity, some honesty, and some transparency, and not just try to hide behind unjust laws or just some little secretive laws or whatever. I mean, changing the
Is that it?
definition of a
Okay.
front yard.
Think that's 3 minutes, Mr.
Thank you.
Kantowski. Point of information, Mr. Kantowski, if you can answer it in 3 seconds or less. You said something to the effect of you were in a meeting, some sort of an event with Olson and Olson. You
This was here.
asked, oh, okay, I'm trying to, I'm
Yeah.
trying to get to the question. You asked them if the city of Lamarck had the ability to redact footage.
Yep.
What was their direct statement again?
I think that was y'all's question.
What was their, I'm trying to
I
get to,
think y'all said yes. Y'all do have the capability to redact footage.
that's what I'm trying to get to. Okay,
And
thank you.
Axon is a 2025 system. It comes with the capability
Gotcha.
to do that.
Thank you, sir. Is that it, Ms. Candace? I only had 2.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Again, we want to thank each and every person for participating in our citizens' participation. We take certainly your comments, your concerns seriously. And if there is anything we can do within our power to resolve those issues, we most certainly will do our very best. Thank you for participating in our government. We pick back up item 6, I believe. And that is actions taken from executive session. we had the pleasure as a council, as a community, let's back up, as a community, we were invited to a reception for our two finalists earlier today. I believe it was from 4:30 to 5:30. Is that right? It was from what now? 4 to 5:30, where we had an opportunity to visit with Mr. Michael Delmore, who is one of our finalists, as well as Mrs. Shauna Dowell Burkhart, who is the second finalist. And so it sounds like they had an opportunity to meet and talk with about 60 residents / staff members, as well as a second in-person interview they just completed with our council. And so now we are at the point where the council may elect to take action. The council may elect to name a permanent city manager. It will be pending criminal and full background examination by clear career professionals. It won't just be a criminal background, but it will be a background on their job submissions, their work history, as well as their education. All of these things, clear career, will be verified before we actually enter into any contractual obligation with these people. And so we're definitely not going to make any mistakes as it relates to any background checks. Council, we can do two things. We can move to take action and talk about it before we vote. Or we can try to talk about it before we vote. We can put a timer on it and talk about it before we move to take action. But here's what we need at the end of this. Possibly, preferably, we will need to name a permanent city manager at the end of it all. Neither one of these good people will be here tomorrow. And so we will need to name an acting city manager starting on August 1st until the permanent city manager arrives within our city limits to do their job. And council, the third thing we need to possibly act on is establishing a binding agreement with Mrs. Barbara Holly so that she would be able to advise the new city manager for a certain time, and she will not receive any compensation for this. And so Ms. Holly has agreed to do this without receiving any compensation from the city of or the taxpayers of Lamarque, but to give her the legal standing to be able to interface with the new manager, it is best that she has an agreement to do so. Three things, council. Do we choose to make motions first, or do we choose to have a brief discussion before we make the motion? You ready for motions? Very good. I will entertain, let's take them one at a time. Is that right, Gus?
Yes.
Let's not confuse everybody.
In the items 2 and 3 that you mentioned are separate items under 10. They're 10.7 and 10.8.
Okay.
Look at that.
So
Just being proactive.
so y'all can of course take them out of order. You can. I just wanted to point out that they
Transition plan. I see.
Yes,
That's
yeah,
what they
that-
call it. I got it.
and then the letter agreement you mentioned. Wow.
Very good. We'll do
Um,
6, and then we'll do 10.7, 10.8, and then get back to the business.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I will then entertain a motion to name the permanent city manager.
Are we gonna start with him and then take a vote and then move on, or?
We only have 2, so there's going to be a motion for one,
Okay.
possibly a second for that one, and then a vote. Or a motion for one, that motion might die for lack of a second, and then we would go on to the next motion.
Okay.
So,
I would like at this time, Mayor, to make a motion that council selects a permanent city manager. And the first name, is Michael Delmore.
Are you making the motion that we name Michael Delmore?
No,
Okay.
I'm making the motion that we select. Don't we all have to?
No, we need no.
Okay, we need to name the person.
You need to,
Okay.
if you're making a motion,
Okay.
you need to make a motion to name whichever person
Okay,
that you want the council to vote on
okay,
for city manager.
okay. Michael Delmore.
You want the council to vote on Michael
Mhm.
Delmore? Okay. Is there a second for Michael Delmore?
Second.
Any discussion on Michael Delmore? Hearing none, let's call for the vote. All those in favor for Michael Delmore, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Aye.
Aye.
I will entertain a second motion.
I would like a motion that we consider Shauna Burkhart as our permanent city manager.
I second that.
There's a motion and a second on the floor for Mrs. Shanna Dowell Burkhart. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Very good. We have a new permanent city manager. We'll hold applause for a later time. But congratulations, Ms. Burkhart. Let's move now to item 10.7. Discussion possible action to approve transition plan for city manager. Mrs. Burkhart has indicated to us in the back that she will be available on August the 23rd. And so, council, Mrs. Holly officially leaves August the 1st. Her last day is July 31st.
It's actually, it's the 30th. I have to be back in my home county
Look at you.
on Friday.
Whatever, Miss Holly. Miss Holly's last day is July 30th. And so we need to name a city manager, an acting city manager from July 31st to August the 22nd. Would we like counsel for Ms. Holly to recommend an acting, or do we want to do this all by our lonesome?
I like that.
You want a recommendation? You want to, Ms. Holly, would you like to make a recommendation?
The two parties that are most qualified within the city to do this are Worth Ferguson and Chief Franklin. So either one of those will be a good candidate. The only Chief Franklin does have a second that can help, and Worth is going to be doing budget, but both of those have served as acting city managers in my absence. Worth tends to do it more than anyone.
Okay,
So I think you've got two good candidates there.
two good candidates for about 23 days, for about 3 weeks, council. I will entertain a motion.
I made the motion that we select Mr. Worth as our acting city manager for the next 23 days.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Worth. Yes, sir. You've talked to some of our council members about bandwidth. You getting ready to say that? Is your band, does your band have width? Are you running for office? Is that a yes or no? Yeah. That is true. That's true. Okay. Any further discussion? He will be with us the entire month of August. That's true. If there's no further discussion, let's call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The third thing, council, we asked for is an agreement with Ms. Holly. Again, Ms. Holly does not want to be paid for this. She wants to be an asset to Worth and to Ms. Burkhart as we transition from her interim to a more permanent situation. And so, shall we do a 90-day agreement, Ms. Holly?
And Gus actually did it open-ended, so it's as
Open-ended?
long
Okay.
as you want me, because there's no cost to the city.
Yeah, so what she is doing, and I'll quote from the agreement, she's making herself available to respond to questions from the city and the staff to provide information, background, and transitional guidance concerning matters that arose during her employment. She is entitled to be reimbursed for out-of-pocket expenses, but only if those expenses are approved in advance of incurring them, and it has to be approved in writing by the city. So, an example of that I would foresee is like if she had to drive down here from wherever from her home. That with Zoom probably won't, but that's essentially what she will be doing. And then, I would imagine that Ms. Burkhart will probably decide once either Ms. Burkhart will decide or Ms. Holly might decide. Somebody will decide that, or council can ultimately decide that we're tired of talking. We don't need this anymore.
Yeah, sure. Is that clear? I see, Joseph. Is that clear to the council?
That is open-ended.
That's open-ended? Okay, Joseph, go ahead.
Absolutely not. We just went over this a couple of months ago. You can't have an employee or volunteer for the city. We just went over that when I asked somebody about somebody volunteering with 40 years experience to help with a forensic audit. So why it's good for some and not the others, highly inappropriate. And also we just stated that Worth Ferguson is the most qualified, and also Mr. Franklin. So I think that we have Mr. Franklin or Worth Ferguson in the event that we do need somebody, but the side that it needs to be severed, go down the road, and can she lawfully work for us or not?
She's not working.
Okay, so then she's done.
So the agreement, first of all, she is going to be called by the city manager. She is working, but
There you go.
she is available.
You're playing word salad.
No, I'm answering your
You're
question.
trying to play word salad. Can she legally work for the city or not?
She is not working for the city.
Can she legally work for the city or not?
I've answered your question.
Yes or no?
All right, Mr. Lowry, he's answered the question.
So we just went over this when I tried to get a candidate with 40 years experience to help with forensic audits, and the answer was no. So it's not good for somebody that I chose, but it's okay for somebody else. So we have, once again, a double standard up here. And
well, I would remind council that individual council members don't have the authority to choose volunteers and to direct those volunteers.
I didn't.
Council,
they volunteered.
Well, but this council is voting.
Which is what she's doing.
And this council is voting.
So you're going to allow one person to volunteer, but not the other.
Yeah, let's bring it into the barn. Mr. Lowry, go ahead. Did you want to finish?
Double standard. That's the problem with the city government. It creates lack of trust. It's lack of transparency. Mr. Ferguson, are you capable of handling the city or not? Yes or no? Okay, Mr. Franklin, are you capable of handling the city if Worth needed help? Mr. Merriman, you've acted as interim city manager too. Are you capable of handling? Are you capable of handling the city in the event that we need help?
Lowry. We get it.
Yes or no?
We get it.
So we got 3 people that can handle the cut ties.
We get it.
And the only thing I would say is this is not about handling the city and things as they come up. This is about Ms. Holly has been the city manager for a year. She has institutional knowledge that may not be possessed by her department heads because she's been the chief executive officer. And this is just something that truthfully we probably wouldn't even need, but one, we asked for it, and two, we wanted something to protect the city in case there were a bunch of incurred expenses. We wanted to be clear with everybody. Don't just go out and incur expenses. Like that's not, and we wanted to be clear with everyone. She doesn't have any authority to act on the city's behalf. We're just trying to be clear with everyone. This is not somebody coming in and going through our books and saying, give me this, give me this, give me this. That's not what this is. This is, hey, Miss Holly, you talked to Gus about something. What did y'all, what was your recollection of that? What did y'all decide? Why did you do that? That's, or you talked to Miss Garrett or to the municipal court clerk or to anybody. That's what this is about. This is about institutional knowledge and just wanting to preserve that. That's it.
Yeah, let me weigh in just for clarifications. Mr. Lau, we definitely respect that you believe that, and we believe that Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Franklin and Mr. Merriman, maybe Chief Wagner, I don't know. I'm teasing. I gotta stop. We definitely respect that, Joseph. We do. Here's the difference, though. Respectfully. I don't know the person that you were advocating for, but they were not, to my knowledge, a former city employee with historical and institutional knowledge of our financial condition or of any of the operations as it relates to the city of Lamarck. While they would have been very skilled at some of the things that you propose, they would not have been as effective because they don't have the institutional knowledge that Ms. Holly has. Secondly, here's the bigger thing in all of this. Ms. Holly comes to us through a company called Texas First, and her contract through them is ending. And once that contract ends, there really is no recourse for us to be able to re-engage Ms. Holly for some of those pieces of institutional knowledge. Every time, Mr. Lowry, every time a city manager separates from our city, they actually enter into an agreement that they will, after they have departed, continue to be a resource for the city, continue to provide institutional knowledge, continue to provide historical data, continue to advise, continue to consult until the new city manager has enough of a grasp of the operations of the city of Lamarck to feel comfortable to move forward without him or her. And so because this was a company that we contracted with and not a Cesar Garcia who did the exact same thing that Ms. Holly is doing, he consulted, advised, and was available after his departure. Nor is this a Tink Jackson who did the exact same thing according to both of those gentlemen's separation agreements. The exact same thing. They were available to advise, to consult, to provide knowledge. This is a way to be able to capture that function, and that is an important function in the role of city manager. This captures that function, and that's all it does. It's happened to us before. Tink Jackson, Cesar Garcia, and now Ms. Hollis the next in line. But she doesn't actually work for us. She actually works for a company, so we have to find a solution. And so that's what that's about. Did you want to? Okay.
So,
Yeah.
so we're gonna remain in contract with it. And first it was, she's not being paid, she's volunteering. And then it turned into, well, she's gonna get maybe paid if she does something.
Mhm.
So where are we at with that?
No, the agreement has not changed since I drafted it a week ago. The only thing she gets paid, and candidly, it probably won't be anything, but I wanted to be forthcoming with you all, is if she has an expense that she presents to the city before she incurs it, and the city agrees to it. That's it. And expense means gas. You know, that sort of thing. She's not being paid an hourly wage or an hourly, she's not. This is out of pocket expenses. That's it.
Anything else?
No, I
Go
want
ahead,
to
go
say
ahead, Ms.
something.
Jansen.
I think, for those of us that have worked in government before, this is an industry standard. And thanks for explaining that, Mayor, the way you did, as far as when it comes to, making sure that we can still get the information that we need. I think that it is, necessary, and then I know it's something that we discussed when we brought her on as well, as being available for us. So I want everyone to know that this is an industry standard for those that work in government.
Anyone else?
No, I agree that we have some things that Ms. Holly has identified that, some processes, they may have loopholes inactive, and so she has, knowledge of that, and, we actually have a spreadsheet of things, so I would want her to, share those things with the new city manager, so she, has whatever information she needs, before we have to talk to her about or discuss it, so.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Ms. Candace, where are we? Did we have a motion yet?
Yeah.
I will entertain a motion.
So
Is
moved.
there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, sir. Council, we are now on item 7, presentations. Code enforcement improvements and code enforcement reorganization. Is that you, Mr. Osteen? Is that Mr. Lane? Or you got Mr. Never mind. Is that you, Ms. Howard?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I want to start by saying I really appreciate everything that Chief Merriman has done for the last couple of years. He took over this when our last director, Kathleen, left, and he did this for a number of years with zero extra compensation. And so really appreciate everything that he did. What I think makes sense right now is to turn this over to the police department, to Franklin, because Chief Franklin did this for multiple years when he was in Hutto, both as their police chief and as their assistant city manager. It will provide that kind of guidance to them. And right now I'm working with them each morning for about an hour and a half to go over the state laws and different things to make sure that they've got their what the basis that they need to have for code enforcement. I'm also a certified code enforcement officer, so I can help them with that. And that then one of the next things that you will see that Chief Merriman was also putting in place is that we will begin to have weekend coverage on code enforcement, which I think is going to be very important when we have people who want to install roofs or do different things on the weekends. So those are the two items that I wanted to bring to your attention.
Council, do we have any questions for Ms. Holly as relates to this? Are we required to vote on this tonight?
And no, sir, there's
No.
no vote. It's administrative.
Okay, okay. Any questions for Ms. Holly?
I do have some questions. Because if the code enforcement, if the police are going to do code enforcement, we definitely need to make sure we have good community policing and that we get that going. Because this, code enforcement is punitive, right? Police work in some ways is punitive, well, in most ways it's punitive. So we need to really make sure that we have a strong community policing presence. And we get to really know our residents, since this is going to be an addition to the things that they do that's already punitive. You understand what I mean?
These will be the code officers. It will not be police officers.
Okay.
Okay, it's
will
the
be-
certified code officers that will be now answering to Chief Franklin, and it will not be the police officers doing it.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification.
So different uniform,
Yes, no, yeah, no gun.
okay.
Ms. Holly, are these potential ticket writers?
It's possible they can. We did get guidance from Gus that the Texas Municipal League would prefer that code does not write tickets, but there are other mechanisms to take things immediately into court. That's also been provided to Chief Franklin, and it allows them to do a notice that tells people that you've done the violation and get directly in front of our municipal judge.
Now, is there a class that, the reason why I'm a little concerned about this area, because this is the area where we had the biggest losses in revenue when we made the change. And I don't want to see that happen again. As far as fees and fines, they went down significantly. There was a learning curve.
Right.
And it was like a $400,000 budget loss in 1 year. So we need to make sure that that doesn't happen again. According to the financial retreat we had last year, that's where our revenue wasn't the same
Okay.
under the previous director. So I just want to make sure that we make sure that when we make that change it to another department, that we don't have that type of revenue loss.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to also thank Chief Merriman. This is what the residents needed. They needed to see that you were listening to our concerns. And I'm extremely excited to see that we have documentation for residents to see and for us council to look at so that we can help facilitate whatever concerns that the residents have about code enforcement. And I just want to thank you for this. This is something that's been long overdue, and I appreciate the detail that you're giving us in your enforcements when you guys are going out and auditing the district. So again, I want to thank you for this. It is long overdue, and I appreciate you taking the time to provide this information to us. Thank you again.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else? Again, Chief, thank you. To the men and women of the Lamarque Fire Department, thank you for helping to move the city forward. And we definitely will continue to call on you to continue to do everything that I know that a good fireman does, and to continue to think about the community, to protect, to serve, to sacrifice. And you all have done an excellent job of that. Much appreciated. Item 7.2. No update. Item 8, minutes. Mrs. Candace is asking us to not act on 8.2, but to act on 8.1. Is that right, Ms. Candace? So I will entertain a motion to approve city council minutes from June 8th, 2026.
So moved.
The second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Old business, items presented to council for discussion, possible action. 9.1, amendment to interlocal collection agreement, finance. Hey, Worth?
Yeah, this is just a regular amendment to allow us to continue to collect taxes and have the county tax assessor do their processes for us. Notably updating the rates that we pay for mail.
Okay.
That's all this is doing.
Any questions for Worth on 9.1? Hearing none, we'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 10, new business, items presented to council for discussion, possible action. Houston Galveston Area Council 2026 General Assembly nomination. I ask that this be put on the agenda. Our friend Mayor Pro Tem Joe Compion made a lot of headway with HGAC, the General Assembly. And council, I am asking that one of you nice people, two of you perhaps, would appoint me for a year so that we can make sure that whatever momentum Joe had, that we continue to have. We need an alternate, or do we have an alternate? Do we have an alternate? You're the alternate? Okay. And so whoever that we need let me not say that this is not Ms. Yancey. What I'm saying is we need an alternate who will be ready to take the position this time next year, because this is just a year thing that we're trying to do to make sure that we keep consistency with HGAC. We're not, Yeah.
So I want to make a nomination that we nominate Mayor Bell for the HGAC General Assembly and Mayor Pro Tem Tanya Griffin for the alternate.
so you don't want to be the alternate anymore?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Because sometimes they have meetings on the day. We
Okay.
need somebody that's gonna be available.
Did you,
That's fine,
Okay.
because I'm already doing the park and natural area.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, let's call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, council. 10-2, nominations to the Board of Trustees of the Texas Municipal League Intergovernmental Risk Pool Administration. Ms. Holly.
Yes, those are, the nominations were listed in the packet. So every even numbered year, they get a third of the trustees. And so they list who's in place 1 through place 4. And they are asking for places 1 would be an elected official or employee of any pool member, and places 2, 3, and 4, only elected officials or employees of a municipality that is a pool member. And so we need to get those nominations by Friday, August 2nd.
By Friday, August 7th.
Second. The 2, August 2.
August 2nd is a Sunday, right?
Yeah, it is. August 2nd, it's a Sunday.
It does say Friday, August 2nd.
Yes, sir, it does.
It does. I guess we can act tonight, huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is the way that this is worded,
Yeah.
this is very confusing. The way that it looks is very confusing. And so let's see if we can navigate this. Tell us again, Ms. Holly, or Gus, whoever has the better delivery of this. Is that you, Ms. Holly?
They have places 1 through 4 expire October 1st, 2026.
I see.
And we see those 4 places.
There's,
Yes.
yeah.
Those are
1,
the
2,
current
3, 4.
holders.
There's 5 of them.
But the 5th is appointed, so it wouldn't be one of these.
There you go.
So, okay, so we nominate how many?
5.
We nominate
1,
5.
2, 3, 4, 5.
I would think that the most you could do is 4.
4.
Because place 5 is appointed rather
Okay.
than elected.
All righty.
And so then the folks that we can nominate are on the back of this document?
No,
No, this is who the trustee members are now and the dates that their terms expire.
I believe y'all can nominate anyone who meets the qualifications. So for place 1, that person has to be an elected official or employee of any pool member. The city of Lamarck is a pool member, so y'all can nominate one of yourselves.
Okay.
Or you could nominate an employee. And
then what about the others?
place 2, 3, and 4 are elected officials or employees of a municipality that is a pool member, which is y'all as well. That is the city of Lamarck as well. You have some pool members who are not municipalities, some sort of special purpose district or something.
Okay.
So yeah, I would say that you can nominate 1, 2, 3, or 4 people. Nominate 1 person for each, none, 1 for 1. It's up to y'all.
Okay. All right.
Is how I read this notice.
Or not.
So
No.
place 1 can be an elected official or a city employee.
Yes,
Place 2, 3, and 4 can be an elected official
yes.
or a city employee.
Or a city employee of a municipality who's a pool member. So.
Gus, would you look at 1 again? Because I think 1 is an elected official or an employee of any pool member. Oh, sorry. He's correct.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So y'all could appoint, or y'all could nominate an employee of Texas City if you wanted. I don't know. if you-
Yeah.
That's,
Well,
I'm not advocating.
Or not.
Advocating for anybody. I'm just,
Yeah,
that's what y'all could do.
look, let's do this. Let me try to start us off. I want to nominate David Merriman for place 1. He is our fire chief. He is a long-standing municipal employee. And I think that firefighters should definitely be represented because of the nature of the work that's performed in this intergovernmental risk pool.
Can somebody explain to me what that is?
The intergovernmental risk pool.
That's your insurance company,
Oh.
your liability carrier. So car wrecks,
Makes
that
sense.
sort of thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
There's a second.
is there a second? Thank you. Is there a second to that nomination?
Second.
Yes.
Very good. Do we vote individually on them, Gus? I made the motion of Chief David Merriman. Mayor Pro Tem made the second.
Y'all can vote in.
All right, let's do them one at a time.
Yeah.
Let's take them one at a time. So for place 1, the nomination on the floor is Fire Chief David Merriman. I will entertain let's call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Place 2 can be an elected official or employee of any member.
Of any municipality
Okay.
that's a member.
All right, gang. Let's use our thinking caps.
Of any.
Any
Not just
municipality,
ours.
it could be Lamarck, it could be Texas City, Hitchcock, Galveston, Tiki Island.
Chief
Chief who?
Hitchcock.
Smith.
Willamon Smith? Okay. Is that your nomination?
Mhm.
Is there a second to Willamon Smith?
Second.
Any discussion on Willamon Smith? This is place 2. Let's call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now on place 3. Place 3.
Did we have our HR director on there? Can that person be on there?
We ain't got no HR director, do we?
We have an HR, human resources. Yeah.
Didn't we have that person on there before? I think we did.
I do not.
What is her name?
Katrina Baker.
Did you want to nominate Katrina Baker?
I nominate Katrina Baker.
Is there a second for Katrina Baker?
Second.
Any discussion on Katrina Baker? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye.
And she's
Any
HR.
opposed? She's HR director. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Number 4.
Because wouldn't we want an HR director
Yeah,
on
yeah.
there?
No worries. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Number 4, ladies and gentlemen.
I nominate, what you want to do it? I nominate Sade Williams. Okay.
Ms. Sade Williams. Is there a second for Ms. Sade
Second.
Williams? Any discussion on Ms. Sade Williams? Hearing none, let's call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's all for Gus, if you're pulling teeth.
Yeah. And so now the city will mail those off and then y'all will get a ballot at a later date on who to vote.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you for that.
Congratulations.
All right, we are now at item 10.3, discussion possible action to approve fiscal year 2027 city events calendar. This is brought to us by Colleen, but I think Mr. Ferguson is filling in tonight.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Ferguson.
Unfortunately, I don't have a separate wig for. Just have to accept that. Yeah, so in your packet, you have multiple presentations of all the different types of events and how they work. And then as well, an actual calendar that you can see broken out each month, what is there. The big thing we want to make clear is these are all contingent on there being funding, whether that's, hot tax or sponsorships, those types of, those types of things. None of these are at a point where they can happen freely. Now, we do have a lot of ones that can happen so cheap that we are confident we'll be able to get the sponsorships to do them. There's also a lot in here that'll be on that relates to the next topic, which is, our request for a lot of our big events. We can't afford to put them on. So the next topic is about getting companies to come in and put them on for us and how that would work. So, but this would be just for y'all to approve this as the draft calendar. That way we can start moving forward. We can put out the sponsorship packets, those types of things, try and get as many of these funded as possible.
Any
And if we
questions?
don't get them funded, they don't happen.
For most of them, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I have a question. We have done away with most of our events in the past due to funding, staffing, and so on and so forth. And so we're coming up with more events moving forward, but they are only,
They're contingent on there being funding.
okay, so, but we downsized last year.
Correct.
And so the ones that we currently have in place are the ones that we will continue to do. And these new ones that you're adding, that we did away with previously, you're kind of bringing them back, and those will be based on
Yeah,
funding,
so-
sponsorships and so forth.
Yes. So for example, Trunk or Treat
Right.
costs virtually no actual cash to the city, right?
Okay.
It does take city time, but we can, again, flex that. So like that will happen. The Keep Mark Beautiful events that are either funded through Waste Management or other, entity,
Correct.
those still happen.
Okay.
Right. So those types of events will still happen because we've already set up the funding mechanism for
For
them.
those, okay.
Right. The ones that, we don't have a funding mechanism identified for yet, right? Whether that's through the RFI, RFP, we're going to talk about in a minute, or events where we would really want to do it, but we just don't have the money right now to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But again, we, instead of last year where it was very haphazard, right? Where we were trying to find sponsorships at the last minute, trying to do all that. This year, we have already created a full-on sponsorship packet. We've already talked to a lot of sponsors. We actually had time to prepare. So now we can do it professionally in a clean way, go out and get a lot of those things. So we anticipate a lot more opportunity to put on these types of events.
Okay.
With that being said, if they are marked on the calendar as RFI, those are events that we really are only going to be able to put on if an entity comes and gives us a proposal that will work, right? And we'll talk more about that in the next item. But this is our way of trying to show that, there's a lot going on, even if it doesn't always feel like it. You can see every month's got, a minimum of 3 things. Most have, 4 or 5, some 6. And then we've got all of our ongoing programs, especially at the library and some other places. So.
Okay. And so, the special events committee has talked about this.
Yes, this came up through the special events committee.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's all I have.
Ms. Yance?
Okay, so the holiday in the park, we're doing that instead of the Christmas parade?
Parade is just too
Yeah,
difficult and expensive to put on in our current state.
right. And Fair in the Square for this coming October, are you looking for a sponsor for that?
So we're looking for an entity to come on and actually put it on.
Okay. And the RFI will go out, an RFQ will go out for that?
Yes, so the next item we have is the RFI, RFP. And we'll talk about that and how that will work in that one. But yeah, anything with that RFI on it, that's one that somebody's gonna have to present us a way for it to be done that doesn't actually cost the city money unless they can put, like, the city is willing to give a little bit of hot tax, right? Which is the legal use of hot tax. You put on an event that brings people into the city, they stay overnight. That's what hot tax is used for, right? So if somebody presents us something, then we can use that, right? A good example is last year's Bayou Fest, right? That's a 2-day event. People, all that came in from Louisiana and all those other places, right? They had to come in and actually stay, right? So that's how we can use hot tax, right? We expect some of these others might be able to perform something like that. So we have made small amounts of hot tax available if they can prove that their event will do that. But we have to, again, prove that it will meet those criteria. We're not just giving away hot dogs, and we have capped it, like aggressively capped it.
I like that you have the employee picnic. That's different.
So we are trying to do a couple of things to try and, show our respect and appreciation for the staff. Again, those are meant to be, no cost, like the employee picnic is bring your own food.
And I see you have the Civic Academy cohort.
We are trying to get that back up and running. Yes, ma'am.
That's good.
Yeah, this is our aggressive push to try and, re-engage the city.
And
Again,
these are things that we can give to the Tech City Lamar Chamber to let them know this.
yes,
They help us with
they
that.
are already aware and are like, helping. We just can't, like, again, not all of this is going to happen because the chance that we get viable proposals for everything is pretty small. But this is our aggressive push of this is everything we would like to be able to build towards.
The only other thing that I have, is what are we doing? Because we have people who host events out at our park. Are we looking for ways to maybe partner with them? Add some type of, I don't know, resource or some activity or something.
So I would say,
It's just a
yeah,
question.
I would say for this year,
Mhm.
this is already like
Right.
breaking what we can sort of even just manage.
Okay.
But the goal would be that as these become more routine, we
Okay.
establish,
Other
avenues, sponsorships and those types of things.
Okay.
We can slowly bring
Others.
other stuff
Okay.
on, right? The city resets its foundation financially, and then eventually, through expansion of sales tax and other things, has a little bit more money available to utilize for some of these types of things. But yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else? Let's entertain a motion for item 10.3. I will entertain a motion to approve item 10.3.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 10.4, discussion possible action to authorize the release of requests for information for tourism and community event planning, production, and event management services. Mr. Ferguson.
Yes, so in your packet, you have both a RFI and an RFP example of what this would look like. We decided that this was the best way to initially kind of provide this to y'all so that y'all could kind of figure out how y'all wanted to approach this. So for an event to actually occur, it has to go through an RFP with a proposal tied to it. The RFI would allow people to just provide us ideas and options, even if they're not the actual, like one that would run the event, right? So different goals for each type of thing. We wanted to provide both options, see how council wanted to kind of think about it and take it. I will say for the events happening soon, doing an RFI sort of makes them almost impossible to actually get done. So I would say anything that's happening in the first half of the year probably just needs to be an RFP if y'all want to put that out. But on the latter half of the year ones, and I don't exactly have it all memorized, which date everything is on, those could do an RFI, and then if we like the information, then a future RFP for them. But I would say everything through Bayou Fest probably should go on the RFP if y'all want to do all of those options. Again, we came up with a whole lot of more options than had normally been done, right? We have field day in there. We've got, play in the park or play on the square. I don't remember what we ended up calling it, but an arts style event. So we have some other things on here that are brand new, right?
Right.
City hasn't done before.
Play in the Park Art and Talent Show.
Yeah.
That's new. Kids Pipe Festival and Vendor Extravaganza. One of the things I think that we need to, when we're looking for sponsors, Brian Friedman is an amazing resource at the Bay Area, Houston Economic Partnership. And that may be a way for us to get sponsors because we are a member of BayHap and some of those organizations that we're members of. Even in HGAC, you have a cooperative partnership with those companies that are part of HGAC. You can, talk to HGAC about blasting the opportunities to sponsor, because most businesses want that publicity, right? And this is a tight economy and people are having a hard time connecting with the population. So I think if we utilize some of those groups that we're members of to let them know, hey, we have these opportunities, because you have event planners that are looking for events to plan, and they have sponsors connected to them. And then they all can come in together. So it's a matter of using what we already have in our hands with some of the organizations that we pay memberships to.
Yeah, and I mean, that is a big part. That's why we have the whole sponsorship packet, and it's going to be a much bigger, better thing this year about how we do all of that. Again, last year was just so chaotic trying to kind of.
Because BayHap and HGAC is one of the most, they're the two, HGAC is one of the most powerful workforce development boards in the nation.
Yeah.
BayHap is becoming a huge regional player in the nation, and we don't take advantage of those companies that are members that may want to partner, and we need positive press. So that may be something, because you're not talking about, I mean, Juneteenth celebration was less than $5,000. I mean, you're not talking about huge sums of money. So some companies are looking for write-offs and things of that. Now, we had talked about getting a 501c3, so it could be write-offs for people. And I don't think we ever got that done. We gave that direction about 3-4 years ago to get a 501c3 with the city, but we never did. But that's just an option.
Hold on just a minute, Ms. Yancey. Gus, is that doable? Getting a 501c3?
I've had that conversation with management in the past, and I don't know where it's gone. So
Is it doable though?
The city can definitely look at it, and what's been talked about in the past is looking at what other cities have done in getting a 501c3 and essentially copying and pasting it.
Right.
Are you asking for that, Ms. Yancey?
Oh, yeah, that'd be great. 'Cause
Ms. Holly,
Yes, sir.
could you have that on the next agenda?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Ms. Burghardt.
Don't look around. Don't you do it.
She already looked at Ms. Burghardt.
I can see.
Somebody needs to please put this on the agenda for Ms. Yancey. Candace, can you help us, please? Somebody.
I got it.
Jesus, somebody help us. All right, Ms. Yancey, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's it.
That's all you had? All right, but we will have that on it in all seriousness.
Wait, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. All right, any other questions for Mr. Ferguson as relates to 10?
And really, on this item, we just need discussion. We don't actually need. This item doesn't need a vote.
Okay.
Issuing the RFP or RFI is
Yes, it's just a item for
just, yeah,
discussion.
just a discussion. Let us have
Okay.
a better idea of what y'all are.
Anybody else? Well, I think again, part of it is to, if what Ms. Yancey is saying, and I'm not doubting her, but I'm just saying, if what she's saying is true, and that's something that we could do to attract more folks to partner with us to help provide these events. I think that would be my commentary on it. So we should probably pursue that.
Are there any specific events that y'all would like added? Anything y'all would like us to take off? Y'all want us to do it in 2 parts? And again, this is just suggestions, because again, it's an administrative.
My heart was
Okay.
broken that we did not have Life and Liberty at the 250th celebration. I was in Richmond, and their fireworks display was nothing close to ours that we had. But I would love
We're-
us to go
It's on
back.
here. We're
I
trying
saw it.
to bring it back.
Saw it, yeah.
Anybody have anything they want to add, take off?
No, it looks good. I think I think that's enough. We don't want to, that's a lot.
It's more than is likely going to happen. I just want to
Yeah.
be very clear to everybody. The chances that we get viable responses on all, I think there's 10
Yeah,
items.
on
It's
the
pretty small.
RFPs, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we want to try and get as much out there as we can.
Well, that's good. This is definitely a step in the right direction. Get somebody that can focus on it.
Yeah.
So we can focus on everything else. So.
Yeah. The goal is to get professionals, people that actually do this. Because you know what, Colleen and I are not
Yeah.
event planners,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right? So we want people that are professional, that know how to do this, that already have the connections to bring in
Yeah.
certain vendors and all those kind of things. And can do it so that doesn't cost the city
Right.
money.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to ask and then mention. Those that are on this agenda for requests for proposals, we have very little control over those events. And what I mean by that, whether or not they charge for parking or entry fee or tickets or food or any of those things, if they are RFPs and we approve them, we are simply providing the place, the park, the facilities, and they are actually producing the event based on their proposal.
Yep.
So some of these events, theoretically, Life and Liberty is, for example, might have a parking fee associated with it, might have a purchase price associated with it. So I just wanted to make that distinction with our residents. The good news is there will be by the design of this, there should be no monies coming out of city coffers.
Yeah, again, other than potentially small hot tax for
Small hot
events
tax.
that
Okay.
are that's viable for.
Got you. Got you.
Which is the only thing that can be used for. You can't just give hot tax for, other things. So.
Got you. Just wanted to make that distinction. If these are awarded by the council, then whatever those organizations choose to do to produce those events, so long as it's lawful and safe and according to our ordinances, there's not a whole lot we could do about it.
Yeah, so when we get the proposals back, it'll go through the same chain that this came through and back to council. Council will then have the ability to say yes or no to any thing that came through. If council approves them, then we'll negotiate a contract with that vendor and get all that set up, lock in kind of what they can do, can't do, that we can legally control.
Gotcha. Anything else? Thank you for standing in for Colleen, Mr. Ferguson. Let's move now to item 10.5, request for qualifications, building inspection, plan review services, developmental services. Is that you, Ms. Holland?
Yes, sir. We are currently using BBG Safe Built for our third-party plan review and inspections, and we have been trying to bring that more in-house. But in looking at it, we do not have a contractor. We did not go out to bid for this service. And since the city is spending about $400,000 currently, that is something that clearly we need to do. Now, this is intended to augment what we have. We have a new building official coming on in August 17th, and we currently have an inspector that has been here for 2 weeks that will begin his inspection process this week. And this will allow us to find other firms, perhaps BBG again, that could do this work. And found out at the EDC at their last meeting, we have a local company that's doing this now that just moved into Lamarck and want to make sure that they are included in possibly being the third-party provider for the city.
Ooh. Any questions for Ms. Holland? Hearing none, I will entertain that motion.
So moved.
Get a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 10.5, discussion possible action to approve the Texas, New Mexico power franchise agreement. Ms. Holland?
This is one that's been percolating for a while, and I know that former Mayor Pro Tem Compion had been involved with this. And we have, Gus has reviewed it. There are no changes to it. There's no increase in fees. And I know that they're anxious to get this done for them to have an active franchise agreement.
Very good. Any questions for Ms. Holland?
Yeah, is TMP responsible for restoring streets?
If they disturb them, yes. Have they done that?
No, that's just a question.
Okay, okay.
Anyone else?
We worked really hard with this group, right? With the whole light issue. So yeah, when I took a look at it, it hasn't really changed a whole lot.
Correct.
But I want to make sure that, we did a whole light study with them, and they were trying to at first give us the old lights, and we said we wanted LED lights. And so we made sure that we got that. So I just want to make sure that we keep up that standard with them
Okay.
and have that communication
Yes,
with
ma'am.
them, because we do have some areas that we still need to replace.
Yep.
And I believe it was, around 40,000 a month. So, yeah.
Are we still, Ms. Harley, contacting them every so often with the list of lights that need to be repaired?
Yes, that is something that Shannon is
Okay.
doing, and he's doing a really great job with it.
Okay.
Please we need a light on Johnson Street.
He coming.
Please, man, we've been talking about that forever. Please put a light on Johnson Street, District 8.
A light on Johnson Street. All right, all right. I think we're at a motion. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
The second,
Second.
any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We're now at the city manager report because we did item 10.7 and 10.8 earlier. And so council, city manager report, submitted report to update council and the community on the standard operations of the city. This report can be acknowledged as a whole or discussed at the pleasure of the council. Council, as always, I'll call the agenda numbers off. If you want to discuss, let me know and we will pull those items. 11.1, anyone? Anyone at all? 11.2, anyone? 11.3, anyone? 11.4,
Yes.
I see two on 11.4, thank you. 11.5,
Yes.
11.5 too?
Mhm.
I see one on 11.5. 11.6,
Yes.
one on 11.6. 11.7. And Ms. Candace, at this point, do you have anything to report from your city clerk's report? You good? Okay, all right, let's go back. 11.4, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Ms. Yancey. You on 11.4 too, right?
That's Mr. Shannon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
My
did you want to call
favorite.
Shannon? Okay, all right.
He was coming anyway.
We are on Shannon 11.4.
Yes, sir. Y'all just want me to go through the whole timeline, or do y'all have questions about
Do you
it?
have specific questions, Mayor?
I mean,
Now, if you just want to give us, I'll have some questions at the end.
It's,
Just give an overview. Yeah, you don't have
I
to
mean,
go.
it's just an extensive timeline of the wastewater treatment plant expansion starting back from 2018 from the
Okay.
very first TCQ inspection.
That's 11.4.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's street and parks
Oh.
operations. No worries, no worries.
Let me pull those up.
The wastewater treatment plant is just as interesting.
Yeah. So the streets and parks operation, what we have here is just a breakdown of I've given these presentations previously, but y'all just kind of wanted to see it again, showing our manpower, what they're allocated to in both parks and in our street department, what each department maintains, what the employees are, what each employee is handling. Also, we have a mileage in there we have about 96 miles of streets in the city. It shows a report, which we've gotten. We know we have that street assessment that was done, showing the streets, kind of a rating, of each street and then we also included, well, I don't know if it was in this report, but we do know we have this Galveston County mobility project that we're going to be repairing. The Galveston County is going to come and repair about 6 streets at the moment. And then 8. Well, we're looking at 6. If we have extra funds at the end of it, then we're going to be repairing these other ones.
Okay.
I'm not sure if you have just specific questions. It's just an update of the department as a whole.
No, I won't. I'm good.
Okay.
So when is Meadow Lane gonna get started?
That's with the Galveston County Mobility Project. I mean, when that project starts, they're gonna.
Has it started?
We have started the engineering phase of it. I had a meeting with I had to go up to Galveston. It was about a month ago where we sat down with Galveston County, the engineers involved, the contractors involved, because it's not our contractors, it's contractors Galveston County has. So we did have our first preliminary pre-engineer meeting, and then we also had a walkthrough of each street with the contractors and with Galveston County. After that, we're just waiting to hear back on when, like timeframes, and
Can we get that timeline? I know I know the
It-
county knows.
yeah, we've asked them and they said they'll provide it to us because they're once again, they're as of now, they're still working with their engineers and contractors because we are one of many cities that are under this mobility project. And we've been pushing like, hey, we've been put behind before. And I know I'm not sure. I know previous Mayor Pro Tem was in communication with them. I think a few of y'all were also in communication with
Because
them.
we're always last.
Yes, ma'am. And so I know I brought that in our meeting. I even brought that up
Oh,
because it was just Lamarck was there. They didn't have all the other cities when the one I was in. So I did bring that up with Galveston County when I was sitting there with them. So,
Yeah.
And it would be nice to get something in writing from them, so to remind them we were last, like what, 2 or 3 years later, so that this time we can be first, if they don't mind. Because the Meadow Lane's cars, I mean, that street is hurting the cars. It is a bad street.
Yes,
And our neighbor are always asking about.
and I will say that list was created before I became
Yeah,
Director of
it-
Public Works. So
Yeah.
I mean, I do live on Meadow Lane, but that list was created before because I don't want it to be brought back up that.
And I know but previously there was a list that was done before about the condition of all the roads.
Yes,
based
ma'am.
on the
That's
numbers.
well, and we've presented that before. Yeah.
Right.
And it has we had Attico, we contracted Attico to do a street
Yeah.
assessment
Right.
that has conditions. And I mean, of course, since they've done the street assessment, which was done back in 2024,
Yeah.
some of those streets have changed. I mean, we've had construction or just stuff that's gone through that's changed some of the conditions. So we've looked at it and we haven't re-rated it because that's not our, I mean, but we have kind of put some streets or put an eye on some streets that citizens have brought to us.
So we've been getting some complaints about some of the contract work that's been done on Catherine, where the streets are uneven. We got some issue. I think I turned that to you about on Catherine Street, where the streets are uneven. And the residents have been contacting me about that because there's a lot of our elderly lives there. So if we could look into that again. I want to make sure we look into that because Mr. Dewar will be calling me every week to make sure that gets done.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have.
Shannon, couple things. I'm gonna champion both of my colleagues here tonight. One to my right and one to my left. I am hearing that for some reason we've decided not to adopt, accept, incorporate the kindness rock gardens that are in our parks as part of our parks and then become responsible for their maintenance. And that's a very disturbing thing to hear. We have rock gardens all over our city, kindness rocks. And it doesn't sit well with me that those gardens have been placed strategically in those parks with a foundation of love. And then somehow we are rejecting those rock gardens. I don't believe that you would do that. I don't believe that you would do that, Ms. Holly. And so what I would like to see is an official acceptance of all those rock gardens. I want council to approve them. I want us to say, yes, they're our gardens. And I want us to celebrate them. Can you do that for us, Ms. Holly? Bring that to the council to vote. People worked hard on that. And we want to make sure that they are a part of our fabric. I also want to make sure that we recognize and we incorporate the garden club into a lot of our activities. They go unnoticed, unappreciated for years at a time. And so I want to make sure that the work that they do is honored, that they are an incorporated group within our community. legally, Gus, whatever that looks like. But let's not forget those Kindness Rock Gardens and that garden club that quietly takes care of a lot of those issues for us on behalf of our citizens. That was, if you couldn't tell, that's my
Yes, sir.
friend from District
Yes, sir.
D. Now I'm going to bandwagon with my friend from District A and show her just a little love, just a little bit. The dollar is not the dollar equally on any given day. Here's a problem. Our dollar doesn't seem to go as far as the dollars in League City or Friendswood, or even perhaps Galveston, because we're always last on the list, Shannon.
Mhm.
We start out with, oh, well, this county bond, we're going to do 14 streets. 5 years later, we can only do 5 streets. Right? And so you just happen to be here. But in all seriousness, when that happens, our dollars don't go as far as the dollars of the cities that are chosen first. And we need to be very intentional about some sort of a rotational process. If we go last this time around, then we should go in the top half the next time around. And everybody, it should be on a rotational basis. I know you can't do a lot about this. I'm saying this to us
Yes, sir.
as a unit. Ms. Holly, I think that that's important. And Ms. Yancey's asked us to be aggressive and assertive on that. And I agree with her. We can't keep allowing our dollar to be short because we are last on the list and things get more expensive every year. And the street that costs $1 million in 2024 costs 1.2, $1.3 million in 2026. Can't do as many streets.
Yeah.
Can't do as in-depth of repairs. So that's a problem. I think that we should make sure that our voices are heard. If that looks like a resolution, Gus, I don't know what that looks like, but it needs to happen. And I would love for it to happen. If something needs to happen from this council, I'd like to see that on the agenda next meeting. If nothing needs to happen from our council, I'd like to see a report on our agenda next meeting to see how we went about communicating that with our commissioners court. Thank you. Is that all, ladies, on item 11.4?
I want to add something.
You want to add something on
Yes.
11.4? Okay.
The
see-
Parks Board quickly realized that the bird sanctuary nor any of wildlife habitat was included in our parks master plan. So we adopted, we searched other places around the city. And so we looked at Dickinson, and they have a program where you can adopt the park or spots around the city. And the Parks Board approved that. And I can't remember if it came to council or not, but we approved that. And we also approved the wildlife health habitat assessment. And so it's supposed to amend the Parks Master Plan. So all of that is covered. And it's somewhere in the administration's hands. So
Okay.
I wanted to share that.
Yes, ma'am.
What did you, Ms. Mayor Pro Tem, what did you want him or the?
Well, I know that the amending the Parks Master Plan with the wildlife habitat assessment is supposed to be Amanda's handling that. And I believe Colleen is looking at the other part of that process. So
Do you
I'm
want to?
answering the response of it not being a part of the Parks Master Plan is that we resolved that, but we're waiting on the administration to make.
Do we
those
need to do
adjustments.
anything as a council on this part?
If you haven't approved it, it will need to come to you for approval. If it has been approved, we just need to add it in, but we'll check on that.
Okay.
All right, so let's do this. Let's add it for discussion, possible action, next meeting, we can always just not act if it's already been acted upon.
Okay.
So those are three things we're listing that need to be on next meeting's agenda. Anything else on this item? All right, we'll circle back. Ms. Williams wants to address item 11.2, which is the wastewater treatment plant expansion. Mr. Bro, if you can move to that. You
Yes, sir.
ready? You ready?
Yeah.
Ms. Williams.
I just was wondering, is the 4 feet of debris, has it been removed?
The what, what's
The
that?
4 feet of debris in the tank, has it been removed?
They're working on that. We have a bunch of bypass pumps out there right now. They just removed some of the gating out there. They're about to install the new bar screen. So before they put the bar screen in service, they're going to be removing all that debris out of the system. So we're moving forward on that. That's part of the rehab of the existing plan that they're working on. So that should be completed by the end of August, even before then. But if I was just going to give it a rough estimate right now, by the end of August, it'll be done. So.
Okay. Okay, that's what
Okay. You good?
yes.
Okay. All right. 11, 11.5, Public Works Equipment Needs Assessment. Was that you, Ms. Griffin, or you, Ms. Yancey?
That was me.
That was you? Okay.
What you need?
If we're looking at every single one of our departments to get us up and operating at full capacity, we're looking at about $2.5 million worth of equipment we're needing. And it's broken down in each one by department. So, for example, in our their shop, in our parks department, we're needing some zero-turn mowers, some tractors, trailers, just to be able to mow the parks. That's about 80,000. That's one of the. But our street department, we're looking at 743,000. But that's if we're going to go up to the city doing full street repairs. So that includes just the dump trucks, backhoes, skid steers, the rollers, hot box, street sweepers. Just for us to be able to actually go out and repair our own streets, and that's just equipment. That's not counting the people we would need to get those completed. It's just broken down by department. Our stormwater department has the biggest. If we want to get an extra grade all to get them a jet machine, mini excavator, a vac truck, so they can be able to handle the full capacity of the stormwater work. Right now, we're sharing a lot of this equipment within other departments. So. But that's going to be a 725,000 estimated increase that we're going to need to be able to purchase those equipment for our stormwater department. But that's just to get up to full working capacity. We have equipment right now. Some of it is is aging. We are sharing with other departments. Like our jet machine is being shared between our stormwater crew and our collection crew. The new backhoes we just purchased are being shared between stormwater, water, and our collection crew. We are able to maintain and utilize them to get jobs done. But this is just an estimate because y'all have asked what we would need to get up to full capacity, and that's what we're looking at right now.
And how would we fund these?
They're the boss.
I know a few now.
If we had an equipment replacement fund, it'd be easy.
Let me ask you, Shannon, the equipment that we have now, is all of it working?
Not all of it, though. The equipment that we utilize that we are needing is working. We do have some equipment that we've talked about that's just down, auctioning off. We have a street sweeper that's no longer running. We do have a grade all sitting at the shop that's been there for a long time. That's just not going to be operating any. So we do have one that is So we do have a grade all that's being used. We do have like backhoes, skid steers. We have mowers. So we do have a lot of equipment that is running, and there is some like our back truck is running, but we are seeing that constantly in the shop. That's something we're going to need to look to replace in the next couple of years. The one thing we do not have is a street sweeper. I get that phone call all the time, and people are surprised. I've even heard we had two, which I don't know where that came from, because in my knowledge, I've never seen two street sweepers out there. But so the majority of our equipment is up and running. Yes.
So to answer that question, Mayor Pro Tem, we would probably have to go into some sort of a debt to be able to acquire this level of equipment? In all seriousness,
Yeah.
that's probably what that would look like, to answer your question.
And we wouldn't want to purchase the equipment without putting a plan in place to get the people, or it would just be sitting there, and that's not a good idea. We've had that issue before, and we don't want to see that happening. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
And
just,
so everything that you have listed,
those are equipments that we need right now to be up to full operation capacity. Instead of having, and that's just adding an extra team to each department. Currently, every single department has one team that is in our repair, water, wastewater. There's just one repair crew per. We only have one stormwater team. So this is just adding an extra team to be able to handle the amount of work that we get daily.
okay. That's all my.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Did you have something on this, Ms. Yancey, or no?
No, EDC.
EDC, okay. Anyone else on item 11.5? Thank you. We're moving now to item 11.6. This is the EDC board report.
Thank you, Shannon.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Yancey.
Yes, I just wanted to recognize that College of the Mainland gave our EDC the Yellow Rose Star level for their giving that they've been giving. I don't know if you all have gone by to see the College of the Mainland, but it is an amazing structure that they've just built out there that was, done by that last bond. So thank you, EDC, for partnering with something that I think is going to be amazing with College of the Mainland. The other thing is I noticed the reports were pretty much similar. And I wanted to, with all the game rooms closing because of the ban that we put on, I know would make sense for our EDC to work with some of those owners to see what they're going to do with those buildings, because right now they're all boarded and it looks kind of tacky. Try to see if we can come up with an idea for some of our seniors and maybe partner with some people to create like a senior citizens place perhaps, because we're going to have about 10 empty buildings. And I don't know what the owner's plans are to do with that, but I would like to see if the EDC could do something, could be proactive with that rather than letting those buildings just sit. The other thing here with the EDC member, I don't think you were here the last time I asked about trying to find out how long the Lamarck dollar stays in Lamarck as well. And if we could get that for the next report.
Alex is working on that.
He's working on that. Okay, okay. And I think it was one other question I had. The small business summit, how is that going with attendance? Do we know? The small business summit?
It's been pretty well attended, anywhere from about 8 to 10 on the
Okay.
low end to about maybe 18 to maybe 22 on the high end.
Because some of our business people don't know about that, and so I want to make sure in this economy, our businesses are really suffering. And they're quick to say, oh, the market's not doing anything, but we are, but they don't know. So if the EDC can help us get that word out about, we are working with Small Business Development Center, even though they're in Lake City though, but here we do have something here in place. So the other thing, I've been talking to a lot of our businesses in District A, and they don't know about the grants that we have to offer. And they say that every year, but I wish we could have an orientation day or EDC day where businesses could come and see what we have to offer. But yeah, so that's kind of what I want. When I saw your report earlier, I kind of want to make sure that we get some more information, because some of it is copy and paste, which some things don't get done. Meaning you don't get a lot of, let me say, not get done. Some things are repetitive because they're kind of hanging out there. But I want to make sure, because I read the EDC, I read all of the EDC's report, because I want to know what's happening with our businesses, because our businesses are the ones that make us really shine. So I want to make sure that we understand that because we got a scathing post by a young lady that was coming into our city to do an event center. And it was quite embarrassing because it was in my district. And if the development services, I know we've got some issues with development service, but our development service and the EDC really need to work together so we can eliminate those problems, and that the citizens know that when it comes to businesses, we mean business. Retail strategies, I know it's not on here, but I would like to know what is retail strategies doing. We give them $30,000 every year. And I've been on council 5.5, and I can't tell you one business they brought. So I would like to know if they've not been bringing businesses to us, what are they bringing? And if they are bringing, help me with my memory if I forgot, since we are in a budget crisis. So, but in that's all I have for EDC.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else on the EDC? Let's move now to item 12, requests and announcements. Let's start with Mrs. Williams. Ms. Williams.
Yeah, I have a resident on 216 Preston Street. She's 71 years old, and she's requesting to repave the street. She also sent me some pictures. I'm not sure if you would like for me to email them to you, but I can do that as well. 216 Preston Street. And I have one more. And then I have one more, 3603 Prairie Street. And this is for the potholes. He was actually came up here. We've been speaking, but it's been a concern and something he keeps bringing up. And so I want to make sure I address it. And one more. Okay, I also have someone in Saltgrass, and it's regarding sidewalks. There was an elderly person that tripped, and so with her bringing that up, I want to make sure that if we could set up some type of meeting and I could find out more about it. I know it's already been brought up, so I kind of want to see where we're at with it. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Mr. Lowry.
Just want to apologize to the taxpayers for the out-of-state and out-of-town agitators. They can all be tied back to a local YouTuber, Robert Edwin Harvey, who's a very, very heavy narcotics user and a domestic terrorist and a racist. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Jansen.
Okay, mosquito truck, mosquito truck, mosquito truck. I got calls about the mosquitoes, and I know we've talked about, I just think that's a non-negotiable when it comes to mosquitoes in our city, because they were horrible the last couple of weeks. That's something I think we need to relook at, see if that's, I know before we said there were budget constraints, but the mosquitoes were absolutely horrible. And I know we asked Galveston County to help us, but there's nothing like having your own city mosquito truck.
We do have our own.
You have our own, right? Now
We
you're
do have our
using it. They say.
They spring.
I heard it was to be Galveston County, it wasn't ours.
We see them. We hear them and see them.
That was Galveston County, but we have our own.
We have our own, yeah.
And they're
But I
not.
thought we addressed
okay.
that, and we were not gonna do it as often because.
Yeah. It's not on-
But can we get that on the agenda so we can make sure, and I hope I can get a second from our council, so we can talk about that again. That sign is still down from District A. The next time I see it in the back, I'm gonna kick it. It's supposed to be up. I don't know what happened, but it's not only is it down, but it's down and dirty. And I saw it in the back, I said, the sign is still there, okay. We gotta get that sign back up, or get a new sign. I would like to get a library report to see what our librarians are gonna do for back to school. I'm still, I would like to get on the agenda, Mayor Pro Tem talked something about using a cemetery board when it comes to naming streets and buildings, and we can kind of talk about that at our next discussion. And then finally, I want to talk about ordinance when it comes to building homes. I've got developers and potential local people that want to build homes or duplexes. And I would like to discuss looking at those ordinances when it comes to building duplexes in District A. And I would like if we can explore the possibility of doing a study to look at some of our open spaces in Lamarck and some of our unincorporated places right outside Lamarck to see about where we can entice development. Because we do have some areas that nobody can see because houses are blocking it, and we want to see where we can, we're gonna get Lamarck High School to 6A one day. 6A if we can, but I know we have the space, we just gotta see where we, and I don't think we've ever done a study to look at that, to see how many. And I'm going to miss you. I think this is your last meeting with us. And you are an urban planner, so I'm grateful that you're doing it pro bono so we can pick your brain about what we can do our city is safer now. We know we've done that. And now it's time to start building her back up. But thank you for your time, your effort, keeping a cool head and keeping us focused on going forward. And my dear, you definitely have done that, kept us forward. I do know the difference of what it means to have a city manager without experience and a city manager that has experience. And I want to thank you for showing us that and illustrating that. And I pray you have a good time on your ranch with your hubby and your dog now. Thank you so much.
I have very much appreciated working in this community. So thank you guys too.
Yeah, thank you.
You done, Ms. Yancey?
Yes.
Some can, whether you want to or not, Ms. Yancey brought up two items that she wants a second on, a discussion about the mosquito truck. Anybody want to second that?
Second.
And you said something about a cemetery.
The cemetery board, that was Mayor Pro Tem's idea.
Okay.
We're just
What is
waiting
it
for it
about?
to,
You want to wait?
we're waiting for it to get on the agenda.
Do we need to put it on the
Yeah,
agenda?
we're trying to get on.
Okay. Are you ladies putting it together on it?
Yes.
Both of you? Okay, so what is it, the issue?
It's the historic committee.
The historic committee? Okay, did you get it, Ms. Holland?
I have used the cemetery board to name streets and also as the historic committee.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
We were talking about the tree committee, the historic committee, Miss Holly, and we agreed that they should go under boards already in existence.
Okay.
And so the cemetery board, because there's language already in the whatever that is about that being under the cemetery board. And so according to whatever policy the council came up with, there is a naming policy.
Okay.
And we have to have a committee to go through that process. And I'm recommending that be the cemetery board since there's already language.
Okay.
Did you get it? What
I
you
believe
need?
so, yes,
All right,
sir.
and both of these ladies are making a motion and second for
Right.
that to be on the agenda. Okay. All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Ms. Hall, before you go, and I've told our two favorite residents that I would get back with them tomorrow, whether I got a response tonight or not. And we need to get responses to them.
Who are our two favorites?
Miss Leslie Taylor in her alleyway,
Okay, yes.
and the other lady's name is Crystal Donaldson. She is not in my district. She lives on Lawndale. I don't know if that's District A or
Might be B.
B,
That's
one of
B.
those. And I think I shared that with them, but yes, ma'am. And I don't want my information to be the wrong information. That's why I refrain from responding to them. That's all I have.
All you have. Before I go, Miss Candace, I wanted to be clear. Under your report, did you have anything or no? You didn't have anything? It's not a trick question. Just wanted to double check. We've been moving so fast. I just wanted to double. You good? You okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Ray Braden, and this isn't even on my. I know that Ms. Williams mentioned a neighbor with some heavy shrubs in behind his fence in the easement and a difficulty with mitigating that. And I know that's who you were talking about. Yeah. Yeah. So we can get an answer back to Mr. Braden. It's a difficult proposition. It's overgrown. And two things can be true. He can be clearly tired of it and wanting it removed, the heavy brush behind his and it still can be a difficult proposition for us. But I think the big thing is to have a conversation to work through it with him. I think that's the big missing piece, right? And so Ms. Williams can give you more of the particulars on his address. And the only reason I know, because I've been out there, Ms. Williams, having that same discussion with him. And so we want to try to make sure that we take care of it.
Clover bin.
So one of the things, Ms. Holly, Ms. Burkhart, that I am going to continue to drill down on is this rapid response that needs to be developed as relates to pothole complaints, street repairs, and sewer backflows. The vast majority of what people are really upset about when they get up here are those three things: potholes, street repairs, and sewer backflows. And so the idea is to get a rapid response to those. I thought we might have said 48 hours to be able to contact those folks with those complaints, to provide a plan for the remedy of those complaints. And so I'd like to see what that initiative looks like next meeting. Ms. Holly, Mr. Ferguson, Ms. Burkhart, 3 heads are better than one. I'd like to see that on the agenda so that council can take action on that. Item 2, I may have a conflict Monday. I know that we're scheduled to have budget workshops Monday, but I might not be able to attend. I will let you know early so that we can reschedule. I don't know that this is a rodeo that we want our newly minted mayor pro tem to be the ringleader of at this point. And so we might just have to reschedule that Monday just to make sure that we're okay. In the interim between now and the next meeting, it sounds like we gave Gus, if we didn't, tell me, we gave Gus permission to start working on some framework with Mrs. Burkhart on a contract. Ms. Burkhart has asked all of us in the back in our interview, if she is selected, if she could have a contract, a 1 or 2 year contract. Obviously, she's moving from the other side of Texas, her and her family. And so we want to make sure that she understands that we are seriously committed. I believe we've done similar things for Chief Franklin. And so that's part of these folks that are serious professionals that are coming to our city want to know that we're serious about them. And so I think that's what that contract would help them to feel. Lastly, I just wanted to thank first and foremost Ms. Holly for the year that she has spent with us. Ms. Holly is definitely a tough city manager. She has guts and courage, but she also has wisdom and knowledge in the role. I am pleased that for several of our council members, they have shared in this setting that Ms. Holly has become a benchmark to what they should expect from a city manager. And I think that what they meant was the types of things city managers should do. Now, obviously, Ms. Holly, as a city manager, can't make 5 people happy at one time. But I believe that you have set the foundation on what Lamarck should expect as far as work ethic, response, and the grasp of the job, right? And so we are forever grateful for that. I happen to believe that you have been a very productive city manager. I happen to appreciate the work that you've done. I happen to appreciate that you agreed to stay 6 months longer than what you were supposed to help stabilize Lamarck. I believe that you care very deeply for our city. And I believe that you will continue to support our city. And I believe that Lamarck is second, third, fourth, somewhere on your list of homes. We're somewhere in that, we're in the mix. We're in the mix. And so, in all seriousness, Ms. Holly, we appreciate you. I appreciate everything that you've done to stabilize our city, and we are forever grateful for you. Absolutely. I'm going to give you time to say some things at the end of it. Let me finish this, and then the floor is going to be yours tonight, because I believe you definitely deserve it. Along those lines, Michael Delmore, wow. That gentleman is going to make a wonderful, 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 wonderful city manager for some city. He is going to do a bang-up job wherever he lands. He is a wonderful professional, a wonderful municipal employee, and seems to be a great person with a tremendous work ethic and respect for his city and respect for his city manager. Just a breath of fresh air. And I wanted to thank him for being a part of the process. He added to our process, as well as the other 35, 36 applicants that we had. Every one of them added to Lamarck. They helped us to know who we are. They helped us to understand our value. They made us feel wanted. They made us feel pursued. And they brought choice, diverse choice. We had city managers in that group. We had successful department heads in that group. We had several former elected officials in that group of people. Very diverse, very talented group of people. Thank you. Whether or not we interviewed you, or perhaps you did not make the round of interviews. Again, we are excited about who you are. We are excited that you applied. And we know certainly we will be better for your application and for your focus on our great city. Having said all of that, I would like to congratulate Ms. Burkhart for her selection to our council, to our community, to the members of this great county. We believe that we are presenting a person who can be effective and productive at the role of city manager for the city of Lamarck. Here's the deal in my mind. And I'm done, Ms. Holland. I believe with the experience that I have had in municipal government, experience that spans 40 years as an employee, as a union leader, as a business owner, interfacing with the city as an elected official. I believe that Lamarck is in desperate need of an experienced city manager to manage our city. And I think that we have found in Ms. Burkhart a person who has managed several cities in different parts of our state, cities with different budgets, cities with populations that are like 2,000, 3,000 folks, cities with populations that are over 50,000. She has seen the vast majority of municipal scenarios. And I personally believe she is prepared. She is tough. She has had many battles throughout her career and has represented those communities with distinction. She has not won them all. nor is she perfect. She has made, according to my observations, some mistakes, as have we all. She will make mistakes in our city, as have we all. But at this juncture, you do the best you can with the observations you have. And I just personally did not see a better fit for our community. And so I want to welcome you, Ms. Burkhart. Congratulations. We are excited about you, and we're excited about all of the things that you will do on behalf of the great people of Lamarck. This is a great community with wonderful people. You met many of them at the reception, and many of them were excited about Lamarck moving forward. And you have the opportunity to help us to move forward. And so we can't wait to get started working with you. Having said all that, I yield the floor to Mrs. Barbara Holly for her final comments. Ms. Holly.
I'm going to be brief. I just want to say thank you. It's been an honor and a pleasure to serve with you as a council and to work within this community. I think your EDC is amazing. The people that I've met here, just by and large, are among the best that I've ever worked with in a long career. And I think the choice that you have made with Ms. Burkhart was the correct one. You were getting somebody who also has a lot of experience, and I think that you will see what that means at the dais. So thank you for the opportunity, and I wish every one of you absolute best, and I'm still available by phone, text, or email.
Good deal, Ms. Holly. We appreciate it. There's nothing further, council. It is 9 o'clock. Look at that, council. And we are entertaining Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
I guess then we call